Chapter 371. Bam! With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Feng Zheng fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Pft, pft, pft. Feng Zheng lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Feng Zheng felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind, countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Feng Zheng stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain the immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Feng Zheng recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this immortal inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Feng Zheng was feeling uncertain, Master Tenchiru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Dang Hun mountain. Master. Feng Zheng was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my goo worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenchiru hurriedly explained. This goo immortal inheritance is no small matter, it is a complete goo immortal inheritance. There is only one inheritor, who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the goo immortal inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the goo immortal inheritance. Feng Zheng looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of, the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement goo. How can I win? Master Tenchiru snorted. Ignorant. This was goo immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the fox immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement goo has already been restricted by goo immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any goo worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Feng Zheng heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo, and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenchiru replied, this is a goo immortal blessed land, the flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Feng Zheng finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their foundation was extremely deep. Even southern borders super clans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Feng Zheng, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level, there were Feng Kim Hong, Ying Xing Ji, Shao Qi Xing and others. They all had goo immortals supporting them, their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fang Zheng was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition, even the Iron Beak Flying Crane group was almost wiped out. Fang Zheng felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchiru could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realize this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death, my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fang Zheng, you must remember, in this world, only Gu immortals can deal with Gu immortals. Supreme Elder, He Fengyang. Fang Zheng's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenchiru spoke in a meaningful tone. Fang Zheng, who immortal's inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn, it inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus, they sent you, these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses, looking down on everyone. She is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fang Zheng's eyes opened wide, he had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Hu immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now, how can I be the sole victor? He he he. Master Tenchiru laughed complacently. Fang Zheng, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Dang Hun Mountain in the legends of Renzu. Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Zheng cried out in shock. The legends of Renzu were widely spread in this world. Fang Zheng naturally knew of Dang Hun Mountain's great name. Master Tenchiru continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Dang Hun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance, it is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenchiru's tone became more solemn. Fang Zheng, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance, listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 Gu master, his life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience, his soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenchiru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Feng Zheng was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenchiru snorted and reprimanded, "Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land's spirit, thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly." Ha ha ha. The land's spirit is so powerful. Even Gu immortals are not its match. Feng Zheng was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land's spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land's spirit is an immortal god, heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land's spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenchiru replied. Feng Zheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh. I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land's spirit. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land's spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Dang Hun mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Feng Zheng's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenchiru's words roused Feng Zheng, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Century Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Century Boy wore a black robe, he looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings, who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he had revert youth Gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced, he liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the century boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan's Yihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On Sancha Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine Gu for Yihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on Sancha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsang again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsang was a righteous Gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name, Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Xue Sen Si that Fang Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Fang Yuan. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's Gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived, he really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fang Zheng is getting stronger and stronger, he is also increasing his Gu worms. These few months, he has been working together with Bai Ning Bing. They are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other, who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge. Ever since he entered San Cha Mountain, he has been challenging strength path Gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 strength path person and restore the glory of the ancient strength path. Fortunately, I am not a strength path Gu master, everyone discussed fervently. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to deal with strength path Gu masters. This caused strength path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fang Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly. He was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about Three Kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with strength path Gu masters, only one type of people. He did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember, you are also a strength path Gu master, right? Fangjing, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fang Yuan to be so ferocious? Sigh, talented people appear in every generation. These days, there are many talents. A few years ago, there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder. It is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier. He is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Shui Sensi. I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush. After Three Kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still Three Kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. Three Kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity. It is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable. It is thought-provoking. That's right, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long. He killed Tai Ba Xiu and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to Sancha Mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long. Under my thunderclap Gu, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another. Some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, 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 you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fang Zheng is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters. They were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth, I am here. What business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fang Yuan's voice immediately came. Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over, but you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a strength path Gu master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fang Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fang Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fang Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily, Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fang Yuan continued, Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chang heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy, this made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name, Wang De. Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought, Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young, he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fangzheng would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Shui Sanxi had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today, I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu. Instantly, beast phantoms soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Moo! Suddenly, there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid, and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunder Boar, and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The Little Beast King's strength had increased again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter, Shui Sanxi. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today, I will give you this chance. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Take this. Century Boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century Boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century Boy. Strength Qi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulder shook as he exerted Strength Qi. The Thunderboar Phantom was attached to the Strength Qi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Century Boy. Century Boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunder Boar and launched a fierce attack. Century Boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Qi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the Beast Phantoms. Thunder Boar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding, its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous, its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated Beast Phantoms were activated, Century Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The Beast Phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century Boy. But even if he destroyed the Beast Phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Qi. When Fang Yuan activated Strength Qi Gu again, the Beast Phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated Beast Phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated Beast Phantoms. Century Boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the Boar, Crocodile and Green Bull Phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these 3 rank 4 mutated Beast Phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian inheritance and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fangjing long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained, his legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time, there would even be explosive sounds, the momentum was fierce and powerful. Century Boy was at a disadvantage, his space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fang Yuan's Gu worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom. At the same time, he also used Essence Iron Bone Gu, the hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Gu, forging his tendons and tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendon, these 3 defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with Golden Shield Gu, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Century Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Century Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings Gu. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed, and he ran towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu. He chased relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Century Boy. You! Century Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull, these 3 beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Century Boy. Century Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into 2. Ah! Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Century Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Ha ha ha, what Century Boy, he is only a so-so. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face, he stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily, "What are you shouting for?" Century Boy fled in the face of danger, he is as cowardly as a mouse, he is simply a disgrace to the strength path, he deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed, everyone here is a reasonable person, no one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the 3 kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried, but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world, he killed another famous person, his strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass, he just killed a person, he laughed loudly and talked wittily, he did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the 3 kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the 3 kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated, they hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high, he walked side by side with Bai Ningbing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the 2 of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Century Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, little beast king, face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Fire Star Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage, they dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people, they could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile, since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the 3 kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the three kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangzheng, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together, I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wang De, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wang De, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then, Fang Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, a bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing, and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin, listen, how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wang De people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wang De people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger, no one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fang Zheng's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fang Zheng has gone crazy, his mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, let's drink. Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the 3 kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied, they all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave, they wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life, please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clans for old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu, each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all, I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare, Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clans for old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months, is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it, to be so close to him, but he did not sense it. At that moment, his hair stood on end, he turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time, a voice said, Xuanji, don't be impatient. Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened, the boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clans for old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment, his whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. Ah, it's you, old clan leader. Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai. The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said. How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name? Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code, the name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone, there is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, he had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly, Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why? Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai clan, since its establishment, has always been resolute, and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai clan has defended justice and attacked criminals, countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. I feel gratified, because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed, because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangzheng. When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark, she squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat, yes. Very good. The old man nodded, his gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border. 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha mountain, there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him. Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Chong, and Wu Shintong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now, whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert, Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today, they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on San Cha Mountain. There were praises, cheers and cries of fear. Tai Mu Bai's appearance caused the situation of San Cha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later, there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mu Bai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally made a move, and even though Lu Zuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on San Cha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to San Cha Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced. He wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on San Cha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if 3 Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of San Cha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering 3 Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on San Cha Mountain. The Righteous Path members were all joyful and celebrated, their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of 3 Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on San Cha Mountain, allying with the Righteous Path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround San Cha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Yi Hua offers a toast to Senior. Yi Hua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control. Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young, you are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Yi Hua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate Sancha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Yi Hua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent Yi clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. Yi clan's elder Yi Chong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region. And a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection, the lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fang Zheng escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Sancha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shintong said in a sinister tone. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding, I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands, it was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shintong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shintong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze, cold sweat broke out all over his body, he could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan, why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? He, praising the enemy, this is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points, be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mu Bai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path Gu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom, go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fang Zheng? Tai Mu Bai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting, although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fang Zheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Ba Xiu and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to Sancha Mountain secretly, no one knows, only Fang Zheng left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mu Bai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Renzu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fang Zheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone, it is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mu Bai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mu Bai, even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3, The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish, the summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of Verdant Great Sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, oh Divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant Great Sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, Divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said, Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time, it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover, I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected, sigh, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed, since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky, in the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then, go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim, Gu. I am born with my feet on the ground, I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird, how can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Gu said, that's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, it will definitely have a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Goo had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Goo who taught him. But Wisdom Goo had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Goo and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Goo continued, if we can't find Wisdom Goo, we can go and find Cognition Goo. It is the mother of Wisdom Goo. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Goo, looking for a way to fly. Cognition Goo said, you were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you. Saying so, Cognition Goo let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Goo took a glance and said, this pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Goo said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew, higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Goo's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time, and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning Divine Travel Goo. Under the illumination of the light of glory, Divine Travel Goo swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal Travel Goo. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun, don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful, Cognition Gu had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Gu reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily, oh Gu, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss, I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory, I obtained reputation Gu and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Gu's voice gradually weakened, the bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Gu and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards, I am no longer Divine Travel Gu, but Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, ha ha ha. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out, ah, not good. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings. Under the illumination of the sunlight, Verdant Great Sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago, what does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are, I can fly higher and faster. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant Great Sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant Great Sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was very worried. What does it matter, how can I fall down? Look at my wings, they are so strong, so powerful. Verdant Great Sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun immediately fell down. Eventually, he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Renzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably, this cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm. At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. You can actually drink wine. Several months have already passed, 3 Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled San Cha Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months, we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain, are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, she only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai clans for old-timers, or maybe it was because Fang Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days, she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter 3 Kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical. But Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely, no rush, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai clan's glory, he is the previous clan leader, with rank 5 peak stage cultivation, he is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher, and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine. Chapter 377. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Dang Han Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fangjing was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Dang Han Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fangjing climbed, the more dizzy he felt, his soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind, he felt like he was about to fall. Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore. Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are, how can you win? Why don't you just give up, you have no hope anyway. Who Immortal Land's spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fangjing. Who Immortal Land's spirit was like a little girl, her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white fox tail. It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Who Immortal Land's spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fangjing as she joked. Fangjing was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Who Immortal Land's spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fangjing had already found the secret to deal with her, that was to ignore her. As expected, Who Immortal Land's spirit saw Fangjing not speaking and felt bored, her mouth pouted even more. You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee hee, other people are more fun. Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Who Immortal Land's spirit left, in Fangjing's aperture, the spirit incubating fleet trembled slightly. Master Tenchiru's voice was heard. Fangjing, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential. He heard his master's encouragement. Fangjing's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath. He paused for a moment. Fangjing asked again, Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Who Immortal Land's spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore? Master Tenchiru was startled and quickly reprimanded, You're really ignorant and fearless, kid. He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a Gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land. What, the land spirit was a Gu immortal when it was alive? Fangjing was shocked. That's right. The Hu immortal land spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Hu immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Hu immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against Gu immortals. She can casually imprison any Gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal Gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangjing, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenchiru lectured. Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again. Fangjing nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangjing, Master Tenchiru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a Gu immortal. Fang Zheng was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a Gu immortal. Master Tenchiru continued, however, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of Hu immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fang Zheng, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a Gu master. You are really lucky, finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fang Zheng could not help but be curious, Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenchiru replied, a blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fang Zheng, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in, without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fang Zheng nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru was stunned, before laughing dryly, stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded Sancha Mountain. Under Tai Mu Bai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Sancha Mountain. Tai Mu Bai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time, the three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious, a once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded, they could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mu Bai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mu Bai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way, we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mu Bai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of Sancha Mountain he will appear in, we will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger, how can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds, Gagaga. Tai Mu Bai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at Sancha Mountain. Such laughter, such might, it is our demonic path's Lord Wugui. I remember now. Lord Wugui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mu Bai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path, we demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wugui. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping Sancha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and Sancha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wugue, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wugue, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai, thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wugue, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today, you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago, I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mu Bai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled, and golden lightning flickered from time to time. 2 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wugue, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mu Bai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff. Tai Mu Bai. You are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan, relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wugui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mu Bai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha ha ha. Wugui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a third rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On Sancha Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Sancha Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into 2 demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to Sancha Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters, although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the three of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a four-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. "Humph, a mere rank 4 golden dragon goo, and you dare to bring it out?" Kumo let out a disdainful roar, "Watch me tear you apart with one claw." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The four-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind goo. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 goo. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. "Don't even think about it." Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the four-clawed golden dragon's body. The four-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down, many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, three figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora gu. It could allow a gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Kumo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The three attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward, it was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these three people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into minced meat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the three sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage gu masters, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from Sancha Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On Sancha Mountain, only Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Chong, and Wushan Tong, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated, their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer. Because, the 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden dot Gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone Gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. And Wu Gui's crow 7 Gu, black cheese spread, once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was, and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring autumn cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the Sancha Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's. And the first generation Guyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first generation Guyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, turning himself into a zombie. He was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchiru was not much better. He came from Central State, and in southern border, his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, I would not even be able to last one round against them, I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, they were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength, they could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for. Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Sancha Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Fang Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare, many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Ku Mo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different, he has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean, Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor, and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These three were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences, and were no longer impulsive towards grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The three of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Sancha Mountain. Thus, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo's deep meaning is clear. That is the three kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The three kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus, this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fang Yuan's desire for the three kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later. Sancha Mountain, on a certain mountain peak. A group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply, and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo, it was a goo refined by Tai clan's goo masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Ruanan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon, the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground, some were dead, while others were on their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time, these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special. But when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with chaos divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Ruanan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Ruanan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high, and more importantly, his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect. What was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star. Dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Ruanan? Firstly, Tai Ruanan and Tai Shueleng's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Ruanan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mu Bai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next, he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened, and in the end, they both gave up. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mu Bai was at ease, and had not used his full strength. Not bad, to be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mu Bai lightly praised, before waving his hand. Swoosh! A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, Tai Mu Bai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air, they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle goo flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle goo was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle goo flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other 2 pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruanan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mu Bai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully and did not move at all. It was quiet, not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruanan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mu Bai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle goo combined with fog goo can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a goo master's defense. When I was 28, I roamed the southern border, and used this move to dominate the Luchuan River region." Tai Mu Bai paused, before continuing, "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage, and ended my closed cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Taimu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 Gu masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me, and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people. Tai Ruanan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his closed cultivation, and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style, he dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even righteous path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mu Bai's name. Now, as Tai Ruanan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, a young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers. Killing strong enemies with one hand, no one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Tai Mu Bai was still Tai Mu Bai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him, even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Gu is in my hands, it will not tarnish your reputation. Tai Ruanan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. Child, you have a firm and unyielding character, our Tai clan's blood flows in you, you have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangzheng is a test for you, do you have confidence? I have confidence, and I have a plan. Don't worry, old clan leader, Fangzheng has already fallen to the demonic path, I will definitely take his head. Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. Very good, you are not arrogant in victory, and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback, and gain strength from the tribulation, this is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these 2 transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you. Like this, one taught diligently, while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Tai Mu Bai finished imparting. All right, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tai Ruanan had excellent comprehension, and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked, these days, I found that the opening time of 3 kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The 3 light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the blessed land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Tai Mu Bai nodded, it is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced, there is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of Sancha Mountain, and sighed, every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the three kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old, and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing this secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates, and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Tai Mu Bai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Tai Mu Bai nodded his head. The moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power, it can sweep away all dust, even Gu immortals are wary of it, even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind. Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand. It's fine, I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened. I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly, we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mu Bai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the three kings' inheritance. The suppression from the blessed land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, Sen Cha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruanan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these 2. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the three kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the blessed land were already preparing for the final battle. Zhongzhou State. Tian Ti Mountain. Hu immortal blessed land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Feng Zheng panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Feng Zheng feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning, and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating Flea. Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me. After saying this, Feng Zheng felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk. Suddenly, she was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Feng Zheng for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Feng Zheng took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good, and he felt refreshed. Good disciple, hurry up and climb up, Master Tenchiru urged. Yes, Master. Feng Zheng's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Feng Zheng had an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it. With Master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu immortal inheritance. Feng Zheng, you need to do your best. After encouraging himself, Feng Zheng started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu Immortals hiding outside the Blessed Land immediately discovered Feng Zheng's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu Immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Feng Zheng's trump card. He Fengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas, you used one's own Wei Gu, right? He Fengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6 one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the Blessed Land. It was an expendable Gu, and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Fengyang, you really have a good method, to think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Xing Ji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. He Fengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu Immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu, they were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal Gu. The 10 Gu Immortals at the scene. Because of their sects, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal Gu on hand. He Fengyang had one's own Wei Gu, that meant other Gu Immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was, He Fengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line, and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other Gu Immortals could only watch, and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal Gu specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance, that would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate. With the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We will have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own Wei Gu 80 years ago. This is the second time. That is to say, the one's own Wei Gu in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other Gu Immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On Sancha Mountain. 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 Kings' inheritance once again attracted all the Gu masters in southern border. Just like Tai Mu Bai had guessed. On Sancha Mountain. Dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday. Li Fail came to Sancha Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on Sancha Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path, thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous Gu masters arrived on Sancha Mountain. There was the enslavement path Gu master Zhang San San, who killed a rank 4 Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing Gu of southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path Gu master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto Sancha Mountain to compete for the 3 Kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 Gu master arrived on Sancha Mountain. Wang Xiao. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path Gu master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wulan Shan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wulan Shan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gui. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Chou Jiu appeared at the foot of Sancha Mountain, causing a commotion as well. Chou Jiu also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing, and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, 9-fingered wandering doctor and divine Dr. Xing Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality, and had a rule: anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus, he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world, injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The 4 great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Sancha Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Tai Mu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly. The 3 Kings' inheritance opened and closed and opened again. On this day, the 3 Kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of Sancha Mountain, 2 figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the 2 and shouted in shock, "It's the black and white twin demons, they are here again." Chapter 381. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, red, blue and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 3 pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Gu immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the 3 Kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless Gu masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship, Half of it had already been submerged by the seawater, only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead. After seriously observing for a while, Wulan Shan respectfully cupped her fists towards Tai Mu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 Gu masters here, in terms of battle strength, Tai Mu Bai was still the strongest. In this San Cha mountain, he was undoubtedly the number 1 rank 5 Gu master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 Gu masters. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gue had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars of light and nodded, then I will go first. His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of Gu masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Tai Mu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xin inheritance. Wu Gue and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai had chosen King Xin's legacy, then the two of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 Gu masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Tai Mu Bai, Wulan Shan, Wang Xiao and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage Gu masters led by Yi Hua. One by one, they entered. On San Cha mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the Gu masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the Gu masters in the inner circle also looked over. It's the black and white twin demons, they are finally back. Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise. They are the black and white twin demons. The 2 rising stars of the demonic path. This was the first time many people saw Fang and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These 2 youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Ba Xiu, someone introduced. Fang and Bai had wreaked havoc on San Cha mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Ba Xiu. I have fought with him before. Fang Zheng was actually able to kill him, and at such a young age, he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade. Making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some Gu masters scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On San Cha mountain, there were 6 rank 5 Gu masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 Gu masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fang Zheng killed a Tai clansman, Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts, to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fang and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them, but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Gu masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 Gu master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 Gu masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on San Cha mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the Gu masters on San Cha mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fang Zheng, it's you. Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fang Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fang Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine, sooner or later, I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The Three Kings' inheritance is right in front of us, this is a rare opportunity, she should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Fang Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruanan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruanan. I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Fang Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mubai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruanan, it was already widely known. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruanan had talent, she had talent, and her temperament was even more firm. Adding on the clan's nurturing, she was simply a swallow that soared to the sky, one day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank 4 Gu masters consciously gave way. Wait! Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked forward and blocked Fang and Bai. This righteous Gu master wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind, his face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Tai Ba Xiu. Yun Luotian stood in front of Fang Yuan and swept a glance at Fang Yuan before sizing up Bai Ningbing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly, you won with an unfair advantage, using a flying Gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many Gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these two people. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Tai Ba Xiu, sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned, he did not expect this Little Beast King to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of closed cultivation. He had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of southern border. Right now, he wanted to fight with Fang Yuan to increase his reputation. But Fang Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a righteous path member, and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan, his every action had to be paid attention to, after all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luotian was slightly dazed. But soon after, he calmed his mind. We let young Master Tai Ruanan leave first because we admire old Patriarch Tai Mubai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here, it's not your turn yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeves at Fang Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense, everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Fang Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir is right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luo Tian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Fang Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun Clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luo Tian entered the inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 Gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined. Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Hee, Little Beast King is terrified, what a coward. If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luo Tian after all. Although Yun Clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together, as long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick, our Red Egg village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies, they were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red cute round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan took one look and knew that these were red egg men among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red egg men were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fang Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red egg men. That way, he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red egg men, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon, Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly, his body was bathed in blood, the intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red egg men surrounded Fang Yuan and kept attacking. Huh? Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down, heavenly demons are extremely cunning, quickly kill him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be killed, the red egg men cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fang Yuan. Surrounded, Fang Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red egg men. When Fang Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fang Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall, the copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fang Yuan, who was at its feet. Fang Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body, sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house, its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fang Yuan looked at this giant turtle, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fang Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fang Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Ba Gui, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Fang Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end, he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Ba Gui. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fang Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fang Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished, 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu Immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Fang Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path Gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture Gu. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path Gu that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here, and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The three kings were refinement path, fire path and enslavement path, none of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path Gu master that met the requirements. When the three kings' inheritance opened, countless Gu masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path Gu masters in the entire blessed land. But none could reach the land spirit's standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Gu masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Fang Yuan mention the second aperture Gu, land spirit Ba Gue was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. It had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture Gu. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture Gu. Because the second aperture Gu was not a mortal Gu, but a rank 6 immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture Gu, rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal Gu, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened, and countless Gu masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path Gu master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of Gu refinement, and died in the process of Gu refinement. At the later stage, Gu masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and Gu masters could use their own Gu worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance, and selected several strength path Gu masters. But by then, it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak, it could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the Gu masters found this hall. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path Gu master who was refining Gu. Only then did everyone know that San Cha Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The Gu refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture Gu had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture Gu, it can allow a Gu master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this Gu. I have a great aptitude now, and 1 aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of goo worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the #1 person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal goo was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fang Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 goo immortal in his previous life, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal goo. Secondly, ever since Three Kings' inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged Strength Path goo masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Shui Sanxi, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak, and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fang Yuan sought death, and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the goo. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the goo. Chapter 383. Soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The second aperture goo was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture goo, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the blessed land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So, the second aperture goo is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the goo masters in the blessed land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the goo refinement operation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while, he took the initiative to request, Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture goo's refinement recipe. The Earth Spirit, Ba Gui, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing, and blood qi was like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. His divine armament was limitless, and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content and had close to 10,000 words. The more Fang Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture goo required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials, the middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. It was even more difficult, he actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal goo. Not good, the difficulty of refining second aperture goo is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and goo worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture goo. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Fang Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Sigh. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the river of light and Yin. There were all kinds of materials, dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 goo worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 goo and more than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall, there were nearly 100 of them. And the expensive rank 4 goo worms in the market seem to have become commonplace goods in this place. So much quality. There are also many goo that I have never seen before. If I get these strength path goo worms, my battle strength will definitely rise by 10 times. There are also more than 10 yellow gold relic goo and 8 purple crystal relic goo. If I use them, my cultivation will reach rank 5 peak stage in an instant. Fang Yuan looked at these rank 4 and 5 goo worms and wanted to give up on refining the second aperture goo and directly swallow these goo worms. But this impulse was quickly dispelled by him. With the land spirit guarding him, these goo could only be used to refine the second aperture goo. He could not use them for himself. Moreover, if the second aperture goo was refined successfully, it would be of great help to him in the future, and would even be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan when he reached rank 6. The second aperture goo was a long-term investment. Especially after reaching rank 6, the profits would soar to the skies. There is still an extremely crucial goo worm, Ba Gui said as he opened his eyes and mobilized the hall with all his strength. The green light in the hall rose to an oppressive level. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron also started to be consumed bit by bit. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an immortal goo trapped in this green light. It was like a round precious jade. The entire body of the jade was orange-yellow, and there was a lump of purple smoke in the middle of the treasure cloud. This smoke was constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into a flying horse, sometimes it turned into an immortal crane, sometimes it turned into a flying nimbus cloud, and sometimes it turned into a white thunderbolt. Along with its appearance, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire hall. Fang Yuan took a few breaths and felt a wave of intoxication. His eyes were hazy and his head was dizzy. He quickly held his breath. This is the rank 6 immortal goo divine travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine travel goo. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. His gaze did not move as he stared at this goo. Divine travel goo was very mysterious and also very legendary. It was first seen in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of the goo path. It sounded like a story at first reading, but it actually had a deep meaning. It recorded ancient secrets and contained all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described, like wisdom goo, strength goo and so on. But some goo were subtly pointed out. The description was very vague. It required the reader to dig deeper and research. In the Legends of Renzu, divine travel goo first appeared beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank the 4 types of top-quality wine in the world. The alcohol in his stomach condensed into divine travel goo. Divine travel goo could bring a person to roam the world. There was no place they could not go. Verdant Great Sun suffered a lot from divine travel goo. He was brought to many dangerous situations by divine travel goo and narrowly escaped death several times. Although divine travel goo is one of the 4 great movement goo, it is very effective, but its flaw is too big. Who would dare to use it? Even verdant great sun had to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo in the end. No wonder the original owner of this blessed land wanted to turn this goo into second aperture goo. This fixed immortal travel goo was also one of the 4 great movement immortal goo. It could bring a person to the place they wanted to go, no matter where they were. It could bring people to the place they wanted to go, regardless of the ends of the earth. But the premise was, one must have a concrete impression of this place in one's mind. If there was a huge change in this location, he would use fixed immortal travel goo. They would also fail. Fang Yuan thought about it and understood this strength path goo immortal of the olden antiquity era. Divine travel goo, although it was a rank 6 goo, every time it was used, there was a huge risk. Although it was rank 6, its practical value was very low. Thus, verdant great sun turned it into fixed immortal travel goo. And this ancient strength path goo master wanted to use it to refine the second aperture goo. Land Spirit Tyrant Tortoise General Divine Travel Goo. When do you plan to start the refinement process? There's no hurry. Let me study this secret recipe first. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Man is the most intelligent of all creatures. Goo was the essence of heaven and earth. After a goo master's cultivation reaches a high level. That is, when a goo master uses a goo, it is not purely treating the goo worm as a tool. Instead, it was a way to understand the world. Goo worms are the carriers of the laws of the great Tao. Goo refinement was not just a random guess, it was based on the understanding of the laws. A recipe was not only about goo refinement, but also the researcher's understanding of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could learn from this recipe. He could learn a lot of the exploration and understanding of this blessed land's original owner, the ancient strength path goo master. Comparing it with himself. Deepening his understanding of the great Tao, it was definitely a great benefit. Goo masters are born with only one aperture, to have a second aperture, this is truly going against heaven. No wonder divine travel goo is needed. After a long while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, having a deep understanding of the entire goo refinement process. Land Spirit, start the goo refinement. He said. Okay. Land Spirit immediately agreed, and brought 2 materials and a goo worm to Fang Yuan. The first material was green marsh rotten soil, collected from 1,000 feet underground in a poisonous swamp. It was extremely poisonous. Even if Fang Yuan touched it, within a few breaths, his entire arm would be rotted by the poison. The second material was a handful of blood red powder. It had a huge origin. It was the blood of 8 types of immemorial desolate beasts, mixed together, solidified and ground into powder. But that goo worm was common. Fang Yuan had come into contact with it at Qing Mao Mountain. It was a earth treasury flower goo. Earth treasury flower was a storage goo. The flower wine monk planted it in a cave, storing several goo worms, which were eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, with the land spirit's help, mixed the green marsh rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder together. After mixing into a uniform soil, he tried to plant the earth treasury flower goo. Once the earth treasury flower goo entered it, it would wither and die. Whether it was the poison in the green marsh rotten soil or the ferocious blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder, it was hard for the earth treasury flower to endure. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another earth treasury flower goo, and he planted it. That strength path goo immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step, thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in planting the earth treasury flower goo. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the earth treasury flower goo to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder and earth treasury flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice muscles into stems, golden relic in flower heart. This required the use of jade bone goo, ice muscles goo and yellow gold relic goo. It required the goo master's proficient goo refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire goo and snowfield goo. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these two phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie goo and gather together with snowfield goo, only then could balance be achieved. Fang Yuan followed the prescribed order and implemented them one by one. At the fourth step, below is yang cloud raising fire like a pill, above is yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Fang Yuan first used yang cloud goo, then used pill fire goo. Next, he used yin cloud goo, then used golden sand goo. Yin and yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the yang clouds one by one. Golden sand fell from the yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and yang below, reverse balance, this is the crucial point. Go, white elephant phantom. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort goo. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the yin and yang clouds. The yin and yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again, black python phantom. Fang Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the two continued to tangle. Stone tortoise phantom, steed phantom. Two beast phantoms flew out from Fang Yuan's body. The four beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange. Why haven't they fused yet? Fang Yuan felt strange. He had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. The various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me. He started to control the four beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold yin entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These four beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fang Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved, the yin cloud sank and the yang cloud rose, the two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path goo master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The goo master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack crack, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam bam bam, amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one, and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one goo was left in the air. This goo was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta goo. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this goo, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this goo refinement. During this period, he did not sleep or rest, multitasking, his mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fang Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast's strength placenta goo, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill, above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast's strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gui, it is time. Ba Gui was straightforward, all right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land scenery. Gu masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fang Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something, but Fang Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap! Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. These rank 5 Gu masters, rank 4 Gu masters, they are all my prey. Help me refine the second aperture Gu. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took, were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the click gold Gu, once Fang Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 Gu, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Fang Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But in the Three Kings' inheritance, Gu masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their Gu worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Fang Yuan was different, he had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Fang Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own Gu worms. And Tai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and a powerful set of Gu worms, but he could not use them. In front of Fang Yuan, he was a live target, a meat chicken. Peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path Gu worm, he could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of Gu worms for his entire life, but now it was all for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, and kept his Gu worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 Gu worms. Originally, Fang Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 Gu. But the environment here was special. The Gu worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Fang Yuan's primeval essence refinement, they obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture, this way, the second aperture Gu's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you, the land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued, Ba Gui, you have been asleep for too long, the blessed land has already been modified by the Three Kings, you have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Ba Gue was dazed for a moment, before transmitting, "You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light." Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. "I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture Gu. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. To kill Gu masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there is less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations." But Ba Gue said, "Young man, you are wrong this time. Refining immortal Gu requires at least 10 portions of primeval essence. But to support the 3 kings' inheritance, you only need 2 portions. When you kill enough, I will close the entire blessed land." "No, I am not wrong." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Refining the second aperture Gu, although it consumes immortal essence, we can use Yuan stone to replace some of the steps. This way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Moreover, you cannot close the inheritance now, you have to keep the entrance open." "Why?" Land's spirit asked. Fang Yuan answered, "Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 Gu masters will be exposed. At that time, such a change will attract even stronger enemies. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot expel the Gu masters left in the inheritance. Because the 3 kings are modifying the blessed land, you will need to expend a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already insufficient, every portion is important, it is a necessity for the Gu refinement. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, the immortal essence will dwindle, the blessed land will be on the verge of collapsing and full of loopholes. It is useless to close the blessed land, your strength will also weaken, the hall will definitely be discovered. At that time, we will be besieged by Gu masters, the Gu refinement is likely to fail." After a moment of silence, the land spirit transmitted, "You are right. However, your method also has its drawbacks and flaws. If you use Yuan stone to replace immortal essence, you will need at least 30 million Yuan stone. Do you have so many Yuan stone on you?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "I only have 1 million Yuan stone on me, of course it is not enough. But don't worry, there are other Gu masters. Especially rank 4 and 5 Gu masters, they are definitely rich, after killing them, would we still need to worry about Yuan stone?" Chapter 385. The battle between the hounds was over. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is really strong. Rank 5 Demonic Path Great Gu Master Ku Mo looked at the hundreds of steel armored dogs around him, feeling gratified. The iron armor dog's entire body was covered in thick and dark leather armor, as if it was made of iron. They were the dogs with the most outstanding defense in the first 50 rounds of King Quan inheritance. Just a moment ago, the skeleton demon commanded the dogs and won a great victory. His battle results were even more fruitful, he used dog enslavement Gu to recruit a blue-eyed dog king as his subordinate. This blue-eyed dog king was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild Gu worm that countered the Een dogs. My last failure was because I met a Een dog. Ordinary dogs cannot kill this intangible body, but with the blue-eyed dog king, the Een dogs have nothing to fear. This was only the 18th round of King Quan inheritance, but Ku Mo already had a dog king and large numbers of steel armor dogs. He was a rank 5 Gu master after all, his actions were extraordinary. At the same time, his luck was really good. King Quan inheritance was like this, it required luck the most among the 3 kings' inheritances. With good luck and deep accumulation, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, making it easier to pass the rounds in the middle and later stages. I failed last time and only got to the 68th round. I am too embarrassed to tell others about this result. Today, my luck changed for the better, with such a good start. But I cannot be careless. Tai Mu Bai chose King Xian inheritance this time. I heard he got to the 80th round last time. Thinking of Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo's heart became heavy. He knew he was not Tai Mu Bai's match in a one-on-one fight. Thus, when he chose to enter the inheritance, he avoided Tai Mu Bai and chose King Quan inheritance. In fact, among the three kings' inheritances, King Xian inheritance's early stages were the easiest. Gu masters could use words to disturb hairy men. This would allow them to win without a fight. As for this trick, it was naturally spread by Fang Yuan. Ku Mo thought for a while, before calming his emotions and making use of his time to continue. But at this time, space broke in front of him, and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Who is it? Ku Mo was shocked. He had challenged the three kings' inheritance many times. He had a deep understanding of the three kings' inheritance. But the scene in front of him had really happened, and he was shocked beyond belief. It was Fang Yuan. When he heard Ku Mo's shout, he laughed. Who is it? The one who wants your life. With that said, he activated the golden dragon Gu. The golden dragon suddenly appeared. Growl. Its whiskers fluttered in the wind, its eyes were wide open, and its foreclaws were ferocious and terrifying. When Ku Mo saw this, he was so scared that he almost *T himself. He roared in disbelief, how is this possible? You can actually use Gu worms? How is this possible? At the moment of life and death, he shuddered and quickly activated his Gu worms. But there was no response. Roar! The golden dragon pounced over and swiped with its claw. Almost his entire upper body was crushed. The dignified Ku Mo, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, a veteran great master of the demonic path, had died just like that. When he died, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving token. Of course, under the control of the land's spirit, even if he used the badge, it would be useless. The golden dragon Gu's attacks are indeed domineering. But its style is crude and hard to control. Fang Yuan savored it. He had only wanted to crush Ku Mo's head, but in the end, Ku Mo's upper body was crushed as well, causing his heart to jump. Thankfully, his aperture was near his belly button and was not damaged. Fang Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for Gu worms. Ku Mo had 8 Gu worms. But there was only one rank 5 Gu, called Soft Bone Gu. It was extremely sinister. This Gu could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Fang Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Fang Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud, lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 Gu, they were all rank 4. These Gu were related to Bone Path, there was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of Bone Path, I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of Gu, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Ku Mo's. I should keep it for now. Fang Yuan thought. At Ku Mo's level, the Gu set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style, it would represent his understanding of Bone Path, battle, and Gu masters. Fang Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance, he relied on Blood Path to establish his career. His understanding of Blood Path was extremely deep. If Ku Mo was a Blood Path Gu master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Ku Mo's Gu worms, Fang Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta Gu and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta Goo was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Kumo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life, adding on his hard work. He went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end, he died, and all his hard work was absorbed by Fang Yuan. A great rank 5 Gu master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Fang Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement Gu cannot be recycled, otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Fang Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully, before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wu Gui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured, but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wu Gui's great talent in beast enslavement. Many years ago, Wu Gui was an enslavement path Gu master. Later, he lacked resources. He could only change paths. Swoosh! Fang Yuan appeared, standing behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was controlling the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative Gu, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, he would kill him. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was immortal, and could only use dog enslavement Gu and other Gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wu Gui was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fang Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Puchi! With a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wu Gui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. Who killed me? He mumbled, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end, he lost all signs of life halfway. Wu Gui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, his eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wu Gui died with everlasting regret. His death. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Fang Yuan. Howl! Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Fang Yuan quickly went to Wu Gui's corpse, and did the same thing. He first took his Gu worms, and then used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his aperture. Wu Gui had a rank 5 Gu in his hands. It was oval, like a black rainflower stone. But there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the Crow 7 Gu. Once this Gu was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any Gu worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke, and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other Gu worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths, and were rather messy, unlike Kumo's and Tai Mu Bai's Gu worms. Wu Gui's Gu worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the Crow 7 Gu. There was no doubt that the Crow 7 Gu was an extremely useful rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan obtained the Crow 7 Gu, and was extremely happy. He placed the crow 7 gu into his aperture, but the other rank 4 gu could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many gu worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 gu worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 gu worms. Thus, the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 gu was gradually recovering, and was exerting great pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the blessed land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture gu as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Fang Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture gu, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. At the same time, in the later stages of the gu refinement, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and it would be connected to the outside world, and could be attacked by many gu masters. At that time, the land's spirit would be extremely weak, and could not be relied on, and that would be the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. The refinement of the second aperture gu gets more difficult as it goes on. Especially that last step, I need to use divine travel gu, and I need to concentrate with all my concentration, or my own safety will be in great danger. The lesson of Wu Gui's blood was just now, and Fang Yuan had to be on guard. But his situation was different from Wu Gui's. I still have a chess piece, and that is by Ning Bing. She has used the poison vow gu, and can be trusted. It seems that at the final moment, I still need to rely on her to protect me. Thinking so, Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Bai Ning Bing. Chapter 386. Bai Ning Bing saw Fang Yuan appear out of nowhere, and stared in shock. By now, gu masters had a very thorough understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Bai Ning Bing was beside Fang Yuan, and had a deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance than others. But because of this deep understanding, Bai Ning Bing was even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance seemed simple, but it had a shocking meaning. Bai Ning Bing, do you still remember our agreement? I wonder if you still need Yang Gu now. Fang Yuan did not talk about how he appeared, and instead stared at Bai Ning Bing with his hands behind his back, his eyes eerie and unfathomable. You already know the answer. Bai Ning Bing snorted, her blue eyes squinting. She knew Fang Yuan would not speak without thinking. He definitely had a reason. It seems you need my help. Just say it. Don't hide anything, otherwise I will not help. Fang Yuan laughed, not moved. Back then in Shang Clan City, you and I made a vow, if one is in danger, the other must help. I will tell you the truth, not long later, I will be attacked by gu masters. I need you to protect me while I refine gu. Attacked by gu masters? There are so many gu masters who want to kill you, I am not surprised. But you want to refine gu, what gu? Fang Yuan was very straightforward this time, and directly told her the whole matter. This was a huge matter, he needed Bai Ning Bing's full cooperation. This matter could not be concealed. Bai Ning Bing was not so easy to fool. If there was a misunderstanding because of the concealment, and the refinement failed, it would be a huge loss. What? This gu immortal blessed land's land spirit is still alive? You want to refine an immortal gu? You're too bold. You're courting your own death. Wait a minute. What did you say? You killed Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Ku Mo. Fang Yuan made it short, and with just a few sentences, there was too much information, giving Bai Ning Bing a huge impact on her soul. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fang Yuan didn't try to argue with him. Instead, he took out his spoils of war. These gu worms. Bai Ning Bing looked at the gu worms Fang Yuan took out and was dumbfounded, completely losing her composure. These goo worms were genuine. This is the best proof. Did you really kill Tai Mu Bai and the others? Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan, her shock evident on her face. What kind of person was Tai Mu Bai? He was the previous clan leader of the southern borders super clan, the Tai clan. He was a proud son of the heavens. He was born with outstanding talent, and his temperament was even more unwavering and unyielding. His life's achievements were glorious. He was also talented and had researched many metal path goo worm tactics, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. When he was young, he moved unhindered throughout the world and his name spread throughout the southern border. When he was middle-aged, he controlled the Tai family with an iron fist. Everyone was fearful. When he was old, he was an emperor of a region. His prestige spread far and wide, and no one dared to defy him. He was revered as the glory of the Tai family. The glory of the righteous path. When he announced that he would go into seclusion and abdicate, whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, many people sighed in relief. Now, when he came out of seclusion, all the clans were shaken. Even Shang Yanfei. Standing in front of him, he still had to bow. That Wu clan rank 5 Gu master Wulan Shan, who was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, had to lower her proud head when facing Tai Mu Bai. But this Tai Mu Bai died in Fang Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gue and Ku Mo, 2 rank 5 Gu masters, also died in Fang Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their Gu worms were taken away by Fang Yuan. These 3 rank 5 Gu masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ningbing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Tai Mu Bai and the others. Alright, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan smiled, don't worry, if this succeeds, I will give you the Yanggu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the Gu. Bai Ningbing was speechless. You. This shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fang Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the Gu, according to the poison oath, Bai Ningbing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ningbing had to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, his tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat, this is cooperation, Ningbing. Think about it, since Qing Mao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly, no danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Yanggu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity. Hearing Fang Yuan call her Ningbing, Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fang Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up!" Then it's settled. Fang Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement Gu into Bai Ningbing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed, she was teleported to the first round of King Quan inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wulan Shan. Wulan Shan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person, a grand rank 5 great Gu master, she quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you. You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish. Wulan Shan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wulan Shan's heart like lightning. Wulan Shan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use goo. After saying this, her aura dissipated, she lost her life. Another rank 5 goo master died. But Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 goo worms. The moment Wulan Shan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 goo worms and leaving through space. Fang Yuan was no exception. He knew that Wu Clan had a rank 6 immortal goo called 100 without loss goo. It had a mystical power and specialized in retrieving precious goo worms. Although this blessed land could suppress all transformations of rank 1 to 5 goo worms, it could not restrict immortal goo. In fact, no blessed land could restrict the power of immortal goo. Fang Yuan obtained the remaining rank 4 goo. It was not a small gain. Next, he took out Beast Strength Placenta goo and devoured Wulan Shan's aperture. This was the 4th rank 5 goo master's aperture. The Beast Strength Placenta goo was nourished. It was like an exquisite porcelain, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling. Fang Yuan used his mind to sense it and found that his aptitude had risen to 75%. The higher the aptitude, the harder it was to raise it. Back then, when he devoured Tai Mu Bai's aperture, his aptitude rose by 40%. But later, when Fang Yuan devoured Wu Gui, Ku Mo, and Wulan Shan's apertures, it only rose by 35%. Of course, this is related to the Goo Master's foundation. There are 5 rank 5 Goo Masters on Sancha Mountain. But only Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo, and Wu Gui are rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai has Tai Clan's abundant resources, his foundation is the deepest. The others, Wulan Shan and Wang Xiao, are rank 5 upper stage. Chou Jiu is only rank 5 initial stage. After killing these people, my aptitude might not rise by another 10%. But don't worry, there are many Goo Masters, even Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian will die. The corpse hound's body is purple, its skin is slightly rotten, its back is hunched and its fangs are protruding. If you use the Yin dog to restrain it, you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path, the reward for that round is 3 tasks at once goo, it will be extremely helpful to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is heavily injured, but it is even more ferocious. No matter how many dogs you sacrifice, you must capture it alive and use it for your own use. This Dog King is the only heavy Tai Dog King in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large number of wandering heavy Tai dogs, you can use it to subdue them without spending a single soldier. Every time Bai Ning Bing passed a stage, there would be a voice beside her, guiding her on the right path. This voice naturally belonged to the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. After the land spirit moved Bai Ning Bing to King Quan inheritance, it was not willing to waste immortal essence on her. Bai Ning Bing could only pass 1 round at a time. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it could clearly see through the arrangements of 3 kings' inheritance. These words of guidance to Bai Ning Bing almost did not consume any immortal essence, but to Bai Ning Bing, it was a huge help. It was like a bright lamp, illuminating the dark path in front of Bai Ning Bing. In every round, Bai Ning Bing made the best choice, and her strength continued to expand like a rolling snowball. Next, you will encounter a Goo Master as your enemy. But don't worry, he has just experienced a huge battle, there are not many dogs left, you can eliminate him effortlessly. At that time, I will imprison him, and after you kill him, take away his goo worms, it will greatly strengthen your goo worms. The land spirit guided. Bai Ning Bing nodded, slowly walking out of the fog. It's you. Her enemy saw her and was somewhat shocked. Bai Ning Bing was also stunned, this was none other than the Yun Clan young clan leader who had made things difficult for her and Fang Yuan when they first entered the inheritance, Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted, you are Bai Ning Bing, right? You are unlucky to have met me, you have less than half of my dogs. Halfway through his words, he paused. His eyes were wide open, and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind Bai Ningbing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Chapter 387. Impossible. How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian shouted, pointing at Bai Ningbing as his body trembled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Ningbing had so many dog beasts around her, it was beyond Yun Luo Tian's imagination. How many rounds are there now? Even a rank 5 Gu master cannot have such a huge group. Yun Luo Tian shouted, venting his fear. You must have found some loophole and cheated. You cheated, you despicable and shameless person. Yun Luo Tian lost his composure, he no longer had the demeanor of a young tribe leader. Bai Ningbing sighed, Yun Luo Tian was right, he hit the nail on the head. That's right, she cheated. It was the blessed land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she explored King Quan inheritance easily, it was like she was taking a stroll in the wild, it was extremely smooth. It was a stark contrast to the difficulties she had to face when exploring King Quan inheritance alone. The feeling of cheating is truly amazing. If this is called despicable and shameless, then I am willing to be even more despicable and shameless, he he he. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart as she waved her hand. Woof woof woof, countless hounds, upon receiving her order, began to move like a tide. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he saw the dog beasts pouncing towards him with an imposing aura. He gritted his teeth, Bai Ningbing, don't be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you to the public. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested. Especially those rank 5 Gu masters. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out the token and used it. But the token did not move. Yun Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before continuing to use it. What is going on? Why is it not working? I clearly used it the last time. I could have been transported out immediately. His gaze flickered as a bad feeling surged in his heart, he was bewildered and uncertain. He took out another brand new token. He was Yun tribe's young leader, he had 2 life-saving tokens. But this time, there was still no movement. The token had completely lost its effect. Yun Luotian's eyes widened as he stared at the token in his hand, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Bai Ningbing's army of hounds had already surrounded him and started massacring his hounds. How could this be? Hurry up and teleport me out. Yun Luotian's breathing quickened. He frantically used the token, but to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his handsome face twisted in fear. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged bull. It's you. It was you, wasn't it? It must be you. You can actually nullify the command medallion. Ha, good technique. However, you have to consider this carefully. I am the young master of the Yun family. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Yun family. The entire Yun family won't let you off. Yun Luo Tian reacted and shouted at Bai Ningbing. His pride as the young master of the Yun family supported him. This caused him to not kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, his tone became even more unyielding. But this kind of stubbornness, to Bai Ningbing, was useless. I'm not even afraid of the Tai clan. Why should I be afraid of your insignificant Yun family? What a joke. Bai Ningbing sneered. At this moment, Yun Luo Tian was all alone. The dog beasts in his hands were not worth mentioning, they had all been slaughtered. Bai Ningbing's heart moved. The dog beast closest to him let out a howl. It pounced on Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian struggled with all his might, but his strength could not compare to the strong dog beast. His throat was bitten by the dog beast, large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound. The rest of the dog beasts were squatting on the ground, watching. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Yun Luo Tian cursed before his death, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yun Luo Tian's goo worms. This Yun Luo Tian walked cloud path, all of his rank 4 goo worms were of high quality. And the enslavement path goo he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ningbing's goo worms. Meanwhile, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was teleported to Fang Yuan by the land spirit. Fang Yuan was stepping on Wang Shao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Shao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Fang Yuan would not be Wang Shao's match. But here, Fang Yuan defeated him easily, the whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Shao was extremely furious, he was being stepped on by Fang Yuan, his face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 goo master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Ha, don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Shao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Fang Yuan could use strength path goo worms, Wang Shao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Fang Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog, there were many small paths. But there is only one right path. Wang Shao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qing Mao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Shao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place, it is easy to defend, no matter how many righteous path goo masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Shao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base, and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Fang Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Shao's fortuitous encounter, Fang Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Shao did not speak, he knew that once he spoke, he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam! Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Fang Yuan kicked Wang Shao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast strength placenta goo and devouring the aperture. It's him. That Yun clan's young master. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is extremely high, it is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old, it originated from the olden antiquity era, it is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off, stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting, no, 83% is not my plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you are already blinded by benefits, your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat, Fang Yuan had to convince it again. Ba Gui. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan, I still have some spare immortal essence. In Fang Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fang Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time. How could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu. The remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was secretly anxious. He had not passed the test yet. He was not the owner of the blessed land. He could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now, there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fang Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong. We must get rid of him to be safe. Fang Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Choujiu, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Tian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shang Clan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Sheng Shou could they suppress Choujiu's limelight. The Battle of Tian Mountain. Let the world know of Choujiu's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Tian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Choujiu was captured, and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him. But Choujiu refused, cursing Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses, they could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses. In such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world, they were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Choujiu attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is astonishing. But on such a huge stage, I am still too weak, I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here, I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fang Yuan's request, but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Ba Gui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks, how can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine, it has a strong fragrance. Fang Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep, if you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. You can survive the sins committed by heaven, but you cannot survive the sins committed by yourself. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Ba Gui, you are too ignorant. What is a sin? A sin cannot be survived, that is only the beautiful but helpless wish of the weak. They spread it widely, hoping that everyone follows it, that way they can protect themselves. And I want to be a devil who has committed sins but is still able to get away with it. I want to dominate the world, slaughter all living beings, and enjoy everything. Not only do I want to slaughter Gu masters, I also want to refine the second aperture Gu and become the biggest winner. Ba Gui, feel it, what is this? Saying so, Fang Yuan activated Spring-Autumn Cicada and for the first time, released its aura. The land spirit was shocked. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal, how can you possess such an immortal Gu? To convince the land spirit, Fang Yuan took the gamble. He exposed the existence of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but the second aperture Gu was also an immortal Gu. Such benefits were enough for Fang Yuan to take the risk. Why can't mortals possess immortal Gu? To tell you the truth, Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by me. Fang Yuan said again. I understand. So you are a Gu immortal, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and come to the past to change history. The land spirit exclaimed. Oh. Ba Gui. You seem to know some information about Spring-Autumn Cicada, tell me about it. Fang Yuan quickly asked for guidance. Since the immemorial era, Gu masters have had 2 paths, space path and time path. Space and time are the foundation of heaven and earth. Among them, space represents up, down, left, and right. Time represents since ancient times until now. Take my blessed land for example, at its peak, space had 9,000 mu of land. Time flows 6 times faster in time. The land spirit said. How big was 9,000 mu? On Earth, it was half of North Korea's territory. As for the 6 times faster time, it was according to the river of time. At its peak, the time in the blessed land was 6 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the blessed land was 6 days in the outside world. Of course. But now, The blessed land had weakened. Not only had a large portion of its land been consumed, the time flow was also only 3 times faster. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, each with a different surface area and a different flow of time. The land spirit continued, spring-autumn cicada is one of the time path goo worms. Back then, it had a famous owner, that was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He used this to contend against the immortal court and break the chains of fate. He brought good news to the people of the future, and from then on, the people had control over their own fate. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the goo path, rank 9 was venerable. Demon venerables were rank 9 demonic goo masters, and immortal venerables were rank 9 righteous goo masters. In the long history, demon venerables and immortal venerables could be counted on one's fingers. They represented supreme legends. In every great era, only one appeared. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. Thus, venerables represented true invincibility in the world. And among these rank 9 venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious, and had the fewest records. Even Fang Yuan only knew of such an important person. Now, this was the first time he had heard of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The land spirit said slowly, "This world is extremely vast. It is divided into 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time. It originates from the past, flows through the present, and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it." The land spirit's words gave Fang Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Fang Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Fang Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future goo immortal, and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are indeed the best person to refine the goo. Alright, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Fang Yuan was immortal, and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the goo. But now, it recognized Fang Yuan's identity as a goo immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced, thus it accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan smiled and promised, "Land spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you, the goo refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on this second aperture goo to ascend to goo immortal realm again." The land spirit also smiled. It had a sense of recognition towards Fang Yuan. "That's right, you are a goo immortal, you understand the value of the second aperture goo better than mortals. When you become a goo immortal, the second aperture goo will give you unparalleled benefits." Chapter 389. To think that this 3 kings' inheritance was a trap, the real winner is you, little beast king. Killer ghost Dr. Choujio laid on the ground, staring at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from, after Fang Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Choujio and knocked him down in a few moves. Choujio was ugly, his hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed. But his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. Little Beast King, I know you, you are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage, I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men, sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you, if possible, I want to use the information of the Door of Life and Death to buy my life. Fang Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier, some were shocked, some were angry and some were afraid, but Chou Jiu was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Fang Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly transmitted, quickly kill him, he is using the token and Gu worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them, they are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence. But Fang Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly, Door of Life and Death. This Door of Life and Death was not a small matter, it was recorded in the legends of Renzu, it was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the River of Time and Ordinary Abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Renzu rushed to the Door of Life and Death to save him. In the legends, the Door of Life and Death contained the mysteries of life and death, as long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Chou Jiu actually knows the location of the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned, Chou Jiu, if you activate your Gu worms again, I will kill you. Chou Jiu's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Fang Yuan, you can actually sense that I am using a Gu worm. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation, you can use Gu worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sigh, looks like there's only one possibility, the land spirit isn't dead yet, and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity, back then, the 3 kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now, you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old, otherwise these Gu masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Fang Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in Gu refinement, the land spirit listened to Fang Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Chou Jiu was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations. Chou Jiu said. He really stopped his actions. Fang Yuan smiled noncommittally, let's talk about the Door of Life and Death. You know the location of the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death is a top-secret forbidden land that is not inferior to the River of Time. The space is boundless and it radiates to the north, south, east and west regions. Legends say that there are many unique natural Gu worms inside, like Life Gu, Death Gu, and so on. Chou Jiu nodded, I know the location of the Door of Life and Death. Not only that, I had once explored it several times, capturing the Life Gu and Death Gu inside, finally refining the Life Gu and Life Gu. I placed this Gu in the Door of Life and Death, and every time someone dies because of me, it will absorb the death energy and turn it into life force. It is because of this life force that my healing methods are so outstanding. This is the secret behind why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his secret to increase his persuasiveness. Oh. So that's it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had heard of such a secret. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not omniscient. In that case, tell me, maybe I can spare your life. Fang Yuan promised. Chou Jiu shook his head, the secret of the door of life and death is too important. Back then, I swore in front of the Si Vao Gu that I could not reveal it to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into ashes and die. However, if you join the shadow sect, you will be one of us, and I can tell you. Si Vao Gu. Shadow sect? Fang Yuan frowned. Si Vao Gu was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was very famous in the olden antiquity era, on par with the Mountain Pledge Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu and Si Vao Gu had similar effects to the Poison Vao Gu, but the Poison Vao Gu was a consumable, while these two immortal Gu could be used repeatedly. Si Vao Gu, Fang Yuan had heard of it and had some understanding. But Shadow Sect was unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. From the name, it sounded like a Gu cultivation sect. This meant that Choujio, who was always alone, had a hidden force behind him. Fang Yuan felt some fear. The situation was out of his expectations. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to kill Choujio now, but he knew nothing about the Shadow Sect. This made him feel a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The founder of the Shadow Sect was a rank 8 Gu immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death and moved it into the Blessed Land. Since then, many Gu immortals have appeared in the Shadow Sect. If you join the Shadow Sect, there will be countless benefits. Next, Choujio talked about a whole bunch of benefits. His tongue was like a glib one, it was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Fang Yuan's expression struggled for a while, but he suddenly made up his mind. He, Choujio, you have a good plan. As long as I join the Shadow Sect, not only will your life not be in danger, I will even recognize you as my senior brother. This kind of immemorial sect pays attention to seniority the most. If I join, I will definitely have to make an oath and have all kinds of restrictions. In the end, I will even have to contribute my gains on Sancha Mountain, in the name of contributing to the sect. Is that right? Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is true, so what? It is already a miracle that a sect with inheritances from the immemorial era can survive until now. You said that there were many Gu immortals in the past, but these Gu immortals should have all died. Otherwise, Shadow Sect has long been a force in southern border. Why are you still fighting alone all the time? Choujio's expression turned pale. He could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was young, but had such deep schemes. Facing the temptation, his heart was as calm as ice. How was this a young man? He was simply a 100-year-old monster. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am a person who likes to keep benefits to myself. Don't talk to me about mutual benefits. Even if you make a sea oath, it is not impossible to remove it. Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, they both have obvious flaws. When making an oath, one needs to face either a sea or a tall mountain. As long as the corresponding sea or mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Choujio's heart shook. Fang Yuan was knowledgeable and knew a lot. He did not seem like a newcomer at all. This kind of person was the hardest to fool. Choujio tried his best to calm his mind. It is useless. The sea I made the oath is inside the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. If you want to destroy that sea, you need to know where the Blessed Land is first. But if I want to say the location, I need to destroy that sea. This is a dead end. Fang Yuan snorted, his eyes surging with killing intent. Since it is a dead end, forget it. You can die now. Choujio sighed towards the sky. You want to attack? Then do it. He did not move, but in his heart, he was very sure. The door of life and death was a legendary place. Who would not care about life and death? Little Beast King would definitely not reject such a temptation. He was only doing this to scare Choujio. But Fang Yuan shot out the bone spike without hesitation. This bone spike pierced towards Choujio's heart. In an instant, a huge sense of danger filled Choujio's body and mind. What? He really wants to kill me. Chojiu was shocked. He quickly dodged. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through his chest. It brushed past his heart and pierced through 5 inches of his back before stopping. You. Chojiu pointed at Fang Yuan, his trembling voice filled with fear, shock and doubt. Little Beast King, you lunatic. If I didn't dodge just now, I would have really died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, Renzu had to spend a lot of effort to find it. This is a supreme sacred land, the center of life and death. As long as you occupy it and comprehend it, you will be able to live forever. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, saying plainly, but didn't you say earlier that you can't reveal this secret? Then what use do I have for you? You can join our shadow sect. Chojiu was sweating profusely, not sure if it was because of pain or fear. Fang Yuan snorted, raising his hand and preparing to kill. Chojiu quickly waved his hand, shouting, wait, don't act recklessly. Other than this method, there are other ways. We can use the poison vow gu, we can make a poison vow and trust each other. I don't need your trust. Fang Yuan said coldly. Then use the slavery gu, I will recognize you as my master, so don't kill me. You are a rank 5 gu master, so you need to use the rank 5 slavery gu. This gu is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these gu, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land? Fang Yuan asked. Chojiu's expression froze. Fang Yuan observed Chojiu's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Fang Yuan did not really want to kill him, it was just a probe. Chojiu suggested the poison vow gu and slavery gu one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the blessed land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Chojiu really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value, and Fang Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Chojiu had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly, to think that I, Chojiu, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands. Fang Yuan's expression was plain. Chojiu seriously sized up Fang Yuan, nodding in agreement. Not bad, with your talent and temperament, as long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands, much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death. Chojiu said this, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 390. Oh. What method? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. This started a long time ago. Chojiu heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love and other complicated emotions. I don't have the time to listen to your long story, Fang Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Chojiu choked and said, then I'll make it short. My surname is Zheng and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day, I fell off a cliff and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me, there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Qinjiu and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life gu and death gu together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old. Until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me, and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Chinjiu for falling in love with someone else, and she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border. To find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Cho Jiu paused and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Cho Jiu was talking about. Cho Jiu saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. My senior sister Qinjiu is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan, while I am alone. These few years, I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. It was a pity. What a pity, I will die here today, I will not be able to fulfill this wish. He. Fang Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Cho Jiu who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Qinjiu now. If you die, I will have to get information about the Door of Life and Death from Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land, how can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha, little beast king, you are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions, you are truly a formidable character. You are right, this is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Fang Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gu master, sighing after a while, of course. The Door of Life and Death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In such a place, unique Gu worms thrived and thrived. Spring-autumn cicada lived in the River of Time, the Door of Life and Death naturally had similar immortal Gu. With such huge benefits, Fang Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, even though he knew this was Cho Jiu's scheme, he still had to go in. Cho Jiu laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our shadow sect's teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands, this is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the shadow sect's blessed land and the door of life and death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you, I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Choji's expression calmed down, his eyes were deep as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die, who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself, there is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Blood spurted out, life flowed away. The ghost doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this ghost doctor would give me such important information. Shadow sect's blessed land, door of life and death, if I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any Gu master that could cultivate to rank 5, would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 Gu masters in the blessed land were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gue, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan, Cho Jiu, these 5 had distinct personalities, they all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Fang Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them, he was not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chen Jiu, and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Cho Jiu, it seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Shang Yanfei and fought with Dr. Su Shou. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Shang Yanfei. Fang Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the 3. Did he sympathize with Cho Jiu? But Dr. Su Shou's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful, this was common in the world. Shang Yanfei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Cho Jiu couldn't be compared. Compared to Cho Jiu, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Su Shou fell in love with Cho Jiu was because of her innocence. Cho Jiu was the first man she met. After meeting Shang Yanfei, her horizons were broadened and she had a comparison. Moreover, Chen Jiu. She had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue, "You ugly people, being born in front of me is simply staining the beauty of life. You might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible." These words were said in Shang Clan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Su Shou's status in Shang Clan City. She was unique. Back in Shang Clan City, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Fang and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Fang Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the 4 great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou, that 9-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar, his whereabouts are uncertain. And Divine Dr. Xing Shou, as a man, likes men. Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Chojiu had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark golden worm's body twisted and turned, its head and body were intertwined, its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Chojiu's aperture. Looking at Chojiu's corpse, he laughed lightly. Chojiu, oh Chojiu, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Chojiu was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Tian Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a legacy life goo. Legacy life goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the goo master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the goo master to revive. Although he was in the blessed land, the legacy life goo's law power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the blessed land collapses and the suppression weakens, the legacy life goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Chojiu had praised and praised Fang Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death, to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, so that after his death, he would not be whipped by Fang Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today, for you, I can make an exception. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Chojiu's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while, but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Chojiu, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ha ha ha. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.